Hello and welcome to Let Me Bore You to Sleep. My name is Jason Newland. Please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. My website is jasonnewland.com, where you can download my recordings. All the latest recordings I do are available. You can actually download all 6 versions at once for each new recording. I also upload my recordings to Instagram and TikTok. I used to upload them to X, but X wouldn't. They stopped allowing it for whatever reason. Perhaps I was too controversial, or maybe I just wasn't controversial enough. Yeah, I think if I'm just going to have a look at it's because there was no hate speech. They don't allow videos without hate speech on there. Yeah. So, I'm still in the process, the last bits of process of uploading my hypnosis videos to the podcast called Relax and Sleep Hypnosis Daily. So that's still doing that. There's only about 10 left, 10 different recordings left to upload, which is good. And then I will start to look at the next one, which I think will be sleep hypnosis. It's never ending. And then I need to look at the images and start adding the images, because all the re-uploads, pretty much I haven't added any images. All the newest recordings that I'm doing, I just add images like I normally do. So there's still a fair bit of work to do to get that all kind of up to date. Because Apple Podcast, I think Spotify I think it uses the podcasts from SoundCloud. And sometimes I forget to add my recordings to SoundCloud, because I've got 2 podcasts on SoundCloud. The Let Me Bore You to Sleep, and the other one, Hypnosis for Sleeping Deeply. One day I'll actually remember the name of my own podcasts. I've just got too many, that's what it is. 2, 5, 7, 18 too many. So if I forget to add them, it looks like Spotify has not updated. But it is up to date, it's just I haven't updated my end. So I'm trying to do that. Also on my website, I'm trying to remember to update each recording as well as I do it. So, because in the past I'd focus on Spreaker, focus on getting them uploaded, so it went on to Apple. Not intentionally to ignore Spotify, but just because I don't get much traffic on Spotify generally. So I kind of sometimes I'll put it off for a few hours and I'll do the SoundCloud later. Sometimes I even leave it a couple of days. It's not on purpose, but just, I'm doing other things. But now I'm going to prioritize SoundCloud to do that in the same process, at the same time, as it were, as I'm uploading the podcasts to Spreaker, so that they then, go to Apple. I'm then going to also do the same thing with the SoundCloud podcasts, so that they go to Spotify and whatever other podcasts apps use the SoundCloud ones, and also people that go on SoundCloud to listen. And equally, I'm going to do the same thing, add within that block of work to do, add into my website. So that's now going to be the process, because in the past I would do the recording and maybe have a break, although I'll still do that if I need it, So I make the recording, have a break, save the recording so I don't lose it. Something like Friday LMBYTS, and then just save it so that it's not gone, and maybe go back to it, an hour or two later. Let's say I've had my breakfast or take the little one out, and then I come back and I'll edit it. And with the Let Me Bore You to Sleeps, there's not generally a huge amount of editing. Now, I don't edit myself. But do you edit then? No, what I mean is, I don't edit what I've said. I just edit any kind of background noise or me coughing or whatever. Most of my bodily functions are edited out. Most. Regular listeners will know which ones are left in. So what I do, so let's say Vinny barks, or there's someone at the door, or there's an interruption, the phone rings, I cough, I need to go to the toilet, there's some noise in the garden, whatever it might be, I tap the microphone continuously for about 10 seconds, so it really lodges up the meter on the screen, so I can see that there's a disruption there. And then I do whatever I need to do, whether it's a case of just waiting for the background sound to diminish, or whether it involves me doing something, answering the door, answering the phone, whatever it is. And then when I come back, or when I'm ready to start again, which might only be for a few seconds, might be for a few minutes, it really depends. And then I'll tap the microphone again. It's not the actual microphone itself, there's like a shield, I forget what they call it, if it's for S's and S, it's like a spit shield or whatever it's called, an S shield. So I tap that about, again, for like 5 to 10 seconds, probably 5 seconds, so it spikes it up, so that way I can just edit that bit out. But I always listen to just before that and just after it, so I know, because sometimes it doesn't necessarily make sense. So what I do quite often in those situations is I do tell you, like, oh, I just had the dog barking in the garden, or just had someone at the door. And you might wonder, why is he telling us that? The reason I mention it is because otherwise what I was just saying to you might be completely different to what I say after the disturbance. Because you can't hear that there's been a disturbance, it might be a bit incoherent. And you know how important it is to me to be coherent. It's really not, is it? I don't know why I worry about it. It's just, yeah, sometimes I kind of... It's not like the background sound or the dog or the person at the front door or the person phoning me or Vinny deciding to start barking. Like, none of them seem to wait for me to finish the sentence. That'd be nice if they would do that. Just wait till I come to a full stop. Like then, and then go, meow, 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 meow. But no, it's well, it's not always, but it seems to often be mid-sentence. So what I'll do, generally, if I can kind of miss out begin that sentence and edit to go back to a point where it kind of makes sense of what I was saying. So yeah, it's a little trick. It's not my I'm no expert on editing, but I've been doing it for a long time, so I think I'm fairly competent when it comes to editing my recordings. But I don't edit myself. I don't edit what I said. Generally, occasionally I do, and occasionally I forget to. So sometimes I think, yeah, I think I might leave that. I might cut that bit out. It's very rare. It's even rarer when I think to myself, yeah, I need to cut that bit out, and then I forget to do it. That's why I need to do markers. I need to like tap on the mic to remind me that that needs to be deleted. So it's really just disturbances and background sounds and things like that that get edited out, not what I've said. So I don't think I really say anything particularly controversial anyway. I mean, when it comes to things like politics, I'm very on the fence. I kind of just do... I almost... If I hear... Not just politics, but anything. If I hear someone else's opinion, I almost start to move in their direction. I'd be a terrible politician. I'd be in the House of Parliament or Commons or whatever during a Prime Minister's question time on a Wednesday lunchtime at 12 when they do it, because they seem to spend quite a lot of time not doing it. And I would literally have to sit in the middle, because I'd start off being a Conservative, and then 10 minutes in I'd probably be Labour, and then 18 minutes in I might end up being Liberal Democrat or whatever they call themselves. Then I'll be with the Scottish Party, then I'll be with the Northern Irish Party, then I'll be with the Greens, then I'll be an independent, and I'll literally all within an hour or half an hour I'll just move around like, oh, I agree with that, or I disagree with that, but that's one of my people. Oh no, got to move. So yeah, some would argue I'm perhaps not the most stable person in the world. Maybe. Never really wanted to get into politics, because so much of it is just people's opinions, and also what there's a dehumanization of politicians that seems to go on. I notice when people talk about them and like they're not humans, and one thing I do know about myself is I would not want to be in control. Well, okay, let's not say the word control. I would not want to take on the responsibility of an entire country, an entire country's welfare, safety, all that stuff, security. Blimey, no. I mean, I struggle enough just looking after a Jack Russell. That's enough on my plate. So there's this invisible respect that I have for the government. Not because I agree, and I'm not getting political at all, because I'm not going to mention any specific thing. But it's not because I agree or disagree with what's being said or done, necessarily, sometimes, but it's because I know that I couldn't do any better. And I know that for sure, 100%. Because for every person you help, someone else is going to feel not helped. And that's the way in life. That's just the way it is. It's the same with this podcast stuff I do. You know, it's every time I make a change, it annoys someone. It delights some people, it annoys other people. It's just like, it's not just about trying to please everyone, because of course that's impossible. But I don't want to upset anyone. I'll take pleasing some people but not upsetting anyone to trying to please everyone. Because of pleasing everyone, again, it's never going to happen. But I do want to kind of please the people that are, or my listeners, you that are listening now. The people that have stuck by me, listening regularly, sometimes for years and years and years and years and years. So the idea of not pleasing or doing something that's kind of rocked the boat or caused distress is upsetting to me. So that's why whenever I make a change and it doesn't go down very well, I change the change almost immediately. In this recent case, I have been on it almost immediately, but it's taken quite a while to do. I mean, I was going to say to complete, but it's still not completed. I'm still going through it, so yeah. It's weird, isn't it? Don't you think? It's like, yeah. So sexy. So I'm trying to do this. Trying to do the old uploading. The thing is, I can't do two things at once. I've literally got my laptop completely free to use. Nothing else going on there, and I can just upload or re-upload the recordings while I'm talking, but I can't focus on that. I don't know. I'm surprised I'm able to wash my hands, like using both hands at the same time. I'm surprised that doesn't confuse me. Or I had a strange dream just now. I was listening to some music for 2.5 hours. That's a long time to just be asleep listening to music, but hey, it was nice. But the dream was weird. I was in this. I was in a relationship. Wow, I'm just thinking about it. Yeah, it was it was a very weird dream. I don't actually want to mention it really. It was too strange. I don't like the idea of wish fulfillment, because I know 1,000,000% that I've had dreams that I do not even one molecule of me would like that to happen in real life. So, is it Freud that said it was that all dreams were wish fulfillment or something? Maybe sometimes that could be the case, but you know, if I'm dreaming about someone that I really, I don't know, let's say if I'm in the past and I've been working somewhere and in an office or something, and there's been a female that I liked, maybe thought I'd like to date, maybe, I don't know, or just liked and didn't really think anything more of it, and then I have a dream of maybe having a romantic adventure with her, then maybe that is a wish fulfillment. You know, maybe in that situation, but no, you know, in other situations, I don't think so. I don't know what the correlation between different types of classical music is and dreams, because I'm pretty much know zero about classical music. Although I listen to classical music every single day and have done pretty much for years and years and years and years, at least the last decade. You know, pretty much I'd listen to classical music. And I do listen to, I know I can name a bunch of them because I listen to some of the albums of the individual composers, like Bach, Beethoven, Bruce Springsteen, I don't know, but there's lots of different ones. There's some, is it Chopin? I know some, I just like the slower ones. Although I do like to listen to a live concert on YouTube, because generally okay, it's not really true. I mean, if I'm in bed listening to classical music, it'll be on my phone and it'll be on Apple Music. If I listen in the living room, if I'm at my desk, it could be 50-50. It's maybe Apple Music, but then I might be listening to like an album, like a normal kind of, music that I want to listen to, not classical. But if I'm on the settee with my feet up, deciding to have a little relaxation session, it will be a YouTube video, and I quite like adagios. I don't know what they are, but I quite like them. But I do also like to find the London harmonica, whatever, the different, because you've got the New York, you've got the Austrian, you've got lots of different far harmonica. Anyway, they're orchestras. And something I quite like about listening to them is there's a real... I quite like the quiet, the gaps in between the songs, or in between the sounds or the notes sometimes. And it might sound weird. I also quite like hearing the audience trying to be quiet. Because you always, pretty much, you'll hear a cough or a little mumble, and I'm sure, indecipherable, there'll be someone saying, "Oh, is it not finished yet? How long before we can go home? Can't believe you dragged me here." Or some snoring, which is what would happen to me. I would fall asleep. Nothing to do with boredom, more to do with relaxation. So if you're ever on stage talking or telling a story or even doing a play or singing or in an orchestra, a band, and you see someone in the audience asleep, don't take offence at that. It's not that they're bored well, they might be. They might be bored at what you're doing, but you know, if what you were doing was boring, then you'd see probably at least 40-50% of the audience asleep. Maybe a larger percentage. If it's just one or two people, then it doesn't mean you're boring. It means you're relaxing them. That they feel safe to close their eyes and allow themselves to let go of all their worries and to feel peaceful. I mean, in some ways, you might have done more for that person than you have done for any of the other audience members, from a healing perspective. Perhaps not, it depends. I remember years ago, everything's years ago, isn't it? This was probably about 2000 and I reckon about 2009, maybe 10, maybe 9, around that time. At the Buddhist Center, we had the head of the organization, Sangharajita. He basically started that particular branch of Buddhism. And what he did, and this was in the 60s, he spent 20 years in India and he came back to London. He was born in London, but he lived in a monastery for 20 years or something. So he came back to teach what he'd learnt. But what he did was he didn't stick to any one particular strain of Buddhism. So it wasn't Tibetan Buddhism, it wasn't Theravada, it wasn't Chinese, it wasn't Japanese, it wasn't Indian. It was a mixture of the different types of Buddhism that spread around. And he started that group. It was in a room above a pub in London. I think it was North London. And there's tapes. All his recordings were taped. All his lectures or his talks were taped. I listened to all of them. I used to have them all on a CD or a CD-ROM, so I could download them and listen to them from my laptop. And that was over 20 years ago that I had that. Anyway, so he started that organisation, and and then loads of Buddhist centres started and opened all around the country over the next 50 years, 60 years, whatever long it's been. So I used to go, I've been to two different Buddhist centres, 2 different towns. So anyway, he came, I think he was doing a tour. It was kind of like a book tour or something. He had a new book out and he was just touring around all the different Buddhist centres around the country. So I was sitting there. It's not a large audience. There maybe there was 100 people there, but it wasn't a big centre. There wasn't a big space. But I sat down, and he's sitting at the front, and he's talking. And I'm, this is quite a big deal to finally meet someone who I'd read loads of his books, listened to huge amounts of his recordings of his talks and stuff. And to actually, I didn't meet him, but I saw him, because he was probably only about 7-8 foot away from me, maybe 10 foot away from me. I didn't measure it. I forgot my measuring tape on that particular evening. Plus, whenever I used to take it to the Buddhist centre, people used to get annoyed. It's like, oh, what's he going to measure next? Yeah. So I'm sitting there, and he's yabbering on, as he did. He's talking about, I don't know what he was talking about. At the time I did, I'm not saying like no one, like everyone was just looking at each other like, what the heck's going on? No, he was talking about something relevant, and I'm sure everyone in the room appreciated it and understood what was being said. No, I'm not saying that I understood what was being said, but I probably did. I'm sure I did. The thing is, right, and this is in every single situation since I've left school, but basically since I've been in charge of my own behaviour, since I've been allowed to do what I want to do, within the law, of course, I close my eyes when I'm listening to someone talk in an audience, if I'm in the audience. Now, I wouldn't do that at a comedy club, but then I wouldn't want to do that at a comedy club because, well, the energy's different. The energy's much more uplifting. In fact, I would find it probably almost impossible to fall asleep in a room full of people laughing. But this was a situation where everything was really calm and slow, and I did fall asleep, and I did snore very loudly. And he punched me, so yeah, that was a bit weird. And he got arrested, and the whole Buddhist movement that he created crumbled within about 2 months, and yeah, ruined a lot of people's lives just because I snored. No, none of that happened. I did snore. He probably didn't even notice, to be fair. Because when you got an audience, I remember, what was it, Stuart Lee said to me, I think it was Stuart Lee, it might have been someone else. It might have been, I think it was Stuart Lee though, a comedian. He said, when you're on a stage, this is like early 90s, He said, when you're on stage, even, and this is coming from like a headliner, or was it Alan Davis? It was either Stuart Lee or Alan Davis. I think it might have been Alan Davis, actually, because I ended up doing a few gigs with him. Just coincidentally, I was doing a free spot and he was the headliner. And because I knew probably 90% of the comedians on the London circuit to talk to. A few just completely blanked me, so probably maybe 10% didn't talk to me. But they weren't necessarily the top 10%, because a lot of the top comedians were actually quite cool. Not all of them, but you know, yeah, quite a few were nice actually to me. Like Stuart Lee, I used to get on really well with him. We used to chat like friends. I mean, I never used to hang out outside of the comedy clubs, but he was just really, really nice bloke, down to earth. So he'd come off stage. I mean, I'd be performing on. Well, actually, sometimes I'd just turn up at the gig just to watch and we'd chat as well. But he'd perform in front of maybe a few hundred people, and then he'd just get off and. I mean get off as in, you know, hump an elephant in the hallway, but he kind of was still himself, almost like he was himself when he was on stage as well. And we used to just chat, and it was nice. And he used to break down other comedians' comedy on how to do that. Because at the time I was absolutely obsessed with Mark Thomas, who was another huge name on the comedy circuit in London at the time. And he went on to have his own TV shows and everything like that. But I used to follow Mark Thomas around and watch him. I was a fanboy. In fact, I had his telephone number and I used to call him up and he'd give me. There's one time he put my name on at the Comedy Store because he was on there on a Friday night or Saturday night, and I called him up and said, "Hey Mark, you all right, darling? All right, mate, you all right? Who is this?" So I said, "Oh, it's Jason." "Jason?" I said, "Yeah, the comedian." He said, "I don't know any comedians called Jason." I said, "Okay, I'm an open spot." "Oh, what do you want? How'd you get my number?" I said, "You gave it to me. You gave it to me at the last weekend. It was Friday night." He said, "Oh yeah, I got to stop drinking." But yeah, he put my name down, and it was cool, and I went and said thank you, went and saw him in the green room and everything like that. It was weird because I wanted to be like him, and I was never going to be like him. It just was not going to happen. It just was not going to happen. Even if I'd found a way to be good and to be successful, I was never going to be like him. It was just he was a very different person to me, and he was like super fast, and that I wasn't going to be like that. So I think it was Alan Davis that said to me, because I'm sure I did a couple of gigs with him literally within about, or 2 or 3 gigs within about 2 months. And so there's one gig, and he said about the audience, he said, doesn't matter how good you are, unless people, in fact, he said, like, you'll be on stage, you're going to look out, and you're never going to have 100% of the audience like you. perhaps the most you're going to have is perhaps 40%, maybe 50% of the audience that really love what you're doing. Maybe you'll have 10 or 20% find it funny sometimes. They might find some of what you say is funny. They might think that they might enjoy watching it but not be particularly impressed, but it's okay. And you're going to have a percentage that really, really are not enjoying it. So all you've got to hope is that the people that are enjoying it make more noise than the ones that aren't, so that the ones that are enjoying it, their laughter is all you hear. When is it? You could get a heckle and stuff, but generally, I didn't really see that much heckling. I mean, I saw thousands of heckles over the years, but considering how many different shows, how many different comedians I saw doing their set, loads of comedians, loads of sets without any heckle, no interruptions, thousands. But then I've also seen lots that have. I mean, some comedians, they'll get like one little heckle, and it might be something they can get material out of. I mean, I remember, I'll come back to Alan Davis in a minute. One of the greatest that I saw, one of the greatest dealers were hecklers in the early 90s, in my opinion, that I saw, was Mark Lamar. And I don't know if you ever saw Mark Lamar on stage, or some people might. If you're in other countries, you might not know who he is. So he was a headlining comedian when I started. So he started probably late 80s, and he was really, he had everything. He had the look. He wore a suit. He was flashy. He was arrogant on stage, but he was very funny. And also, he didn't even need an audience member to say anything or to heckle in order for him to get 5 or 10 minutes worth of material out of it. All he needed was a member to be scratching a table or playing with their drink, maybe just moving the glass or looking at another member of the audience. It's just one little thing he'd see, and it'd spark off like 5 or 10 minutes of him ripping into them. Not even in a vicious way, just making fun, and it was funny. And I don't think I've ever seen, off the top of my head, really any other, during my time doing, involved in that, never saw another comedian do that, or to do it as well as he did. He was so good at it. And it was almost effortless to him. But I know behind the scenes there's a huge amount of work goes into a stand-up comedian on stage. It might look like they're just making stuff up off the cuff, or that they've just come up with this material when actually they might have spent weeks writing it. He was just really, I don't know, he's one of my favourites when it came to that, and Stuart Lee was as well when it came to the comedy, doing comedy. Now, Alan Davis, because he went on to do TV work as well. When he first started, he was good straight away. Like winning awards, winning contests, like, instantly. And some people were putting him as like he's the new Eddie Izzard. Because at this point, Eddie Izzard was already pretty much famous. When he was already... I think it's safe to say that when it comes to the comedy circuit in London, Eddie Izzard was the king already. There was a couple of others as well that were already kind of really big, and there was obviously loads that were been on TV, like Sean. Oh my goodness, I've forgotten his surname. Irish comedian, but he did a show called Sean Show. So he was already famous anyway. Another comedian, I suppose, Eddie Izzard and Sean Locke. Sean Locke was the comedian's comedian. So there seemed to be two comedians that the general comedians, like the headliners and whatever, would get excited about going to see. Eddie Izzard's was one, and back then, and Sean Locke. So if Sean Locke was doing a gig in the closing show at the Comedy Store, which would be late at night or early hours of the morning, I'm not sure really, a lot of comedians would get together, get into a cab and go there and watch it. So he was the comedian's comedian. I don't think I ever met him, never met Sean Locke. Because, again, he was already successful, really successful, before I kind of got involved in that. Eddie Izzard, I never met him to speak to him. Although he did do a charity gig at a club I was at, probably 97, early 98. And also in the early 90s, I was in the comedy club that I used to frequent, and I was just hanging around with the other comedians, and as I said, I used to talk to new acts. Well, actually, I was so rubbish that some of the new acts went on to be really big acts, so I still knew them. So I was kind of like, I was still a new act, even though I'd been doing it for years. And some of the others had gone on to be on TV and stuff. That's how ridiculously bad I was. So there was one evening, I think it was probably either a Friday or Saturday night. Eddie Izzard, but we were all just sitting around. I think it was after the comedy had finished. So it was about 11 o'clock or something. And suddenly someone said, "Oh, just got a phone call. We're going to go and..." How would they get a phone call? We didn't have mobile phones back then. I think maybe someone turned up in a taxi and came in and said, "Who wants to go to the restaurant with Eddie Izzard," or with Eddie. And there was a lot of them all said, yeah, everyone got excited. So I went along as well. I had no money. I didn't have any money to buy anything. And I went to this restaurant. I think it was an Indian restaurant in probably just around the corner, actually. It was, what was it called? Bethnal Green. What's that road? It's well known for Indian restaurants. really like worldwide known. Oh, I forget. Can't be that well known if you don't remember, and you've actually been there. Yeah, I know. Oh, I want to search that because it's going to bug me otherwise. Famous Bethnal Green Road. In fact, I'm going to forget the famous road for Indian restaurants. For Indian how do you spell restaurants? UK. Brick Lane. That was what I was looking for. Brick Lane. It says here the best 100 Indian restaurants UK. Let's see how many. This is the British Indian food. No, goodfoodguide.com. Let's see how many of them are in Brick Lane out of all 100. This is 2025. Right. The 100 best restaurants. Each restaurant has earned its place through sustained excellence in flavour, technique, and genuine hospitality. Oh. According to this, I can't find one in Brick Lane. You've got London Icons, Cinnamon Club, Cinnamon, Westminster, Gymkhana or Gymkhana, Mayfair, Quilon, Westminster, Jamnavar, Mayfair, Giraswamy, Regent Street, Ben Ayres, Mayfair. Maybe they're really kind of, I don't know, like 5-star Michelin, whatever, like really expensive restaurants with a waiting list. I don't know. If I said yes or no, it'd only be guessing, you know. So there's two in Birmingham, 2 in Manchester, 1 in Leeds, Newcastle, Cardiff, Glasgow, Edinburgh. So after all of that, not one in Brick Street? How weird. Because Brick Street is, okay, London is, you know, when it comes to the rest of the country outside of the south, do not really class London as the capital. I mean, we all know it is, but it's not like some people in Manchester are not, or Liverpool or Bradford or Nottingham, they're not impressed by London, like, or London's the big place. There's lots of different cities around the country, and I get the impression that people in the south, we go to London, it's like London is it's a lot bigger than any of the other cities as far as the amount of stuff and the amount of people. Because in London, I had this conversation with my friend the other day, and he said, what was it about? It's 20 million. We're talking about 20 million. I think we're looking at my stats. And he said, so you've had about 20 million downloads since 2018. He said, that's the size, that's the population of London. I said, I thought the population of London was about 10 million. He said, yeah, near enough. I said, since when is 20 million the same as 10 million? And we laughed. See, Brick Street used to be literally, you come out of the club. No, I forget where it is now. It's not far away anyway. It's not far from where the club was. Because I used to get a lift home with the doorman. He'd give me a lift. And quite often we'd go down Brick Street and get some bagels. Because a very famous bagel shop. So let's have a look. What's it called? There might be more. In fact, there is more than one. Famous bagel shops, London. Right, let's have a look. The best bagel shops in London. Oh, look. London is home to several renowned bagel shops. They have become famous for their delicious bagels and unique offerings. Here are some of the most famous bagel shops in London. Bagel Bake, located on Brick Lane. See, told you, that's where we used to go. Always a queue. Always a queue. Well, it's hard to say that, like, guaranteed that there was always a queue, because I wasn't always there. But that won't stop me from saying it. So, Bagel Bake is a beloved. I've never used the word beloved in my language ever. Beloved. No, never. It's known for its salt beef bagels and has been serving customers since 1974. Oh, I forgot this. It's open 24 hours and is a must visit to anyone looking to indulge in a classic bagel experience. I think I used to have cheese on mine. I don't know why, but they are delicious. Really. I would never buy bagels from a shop. And the only reason is because after having a bagel in possibly the best bagel place in the world, I'm exaggerating, but I still believe it. It's hard to just go back to I've never really been into bagels. I didn't even really know what they were. All I knew is I liked them, and I liked them a lot. It was, honestly, especially because they'd come out and they'd be warm and absolutely beautiful. So, if there was a bagel shop around here, it'd be gorgeous. I'd be eating bagels every day. I love them. So, I don't know, because there's other ones called Papo's Bagels. It doesn't say where these are. They're in London. There's one in Finsbury Park called Happening Bagel Bakery. And there's one called B Bagel. The 14 best bagels in London. There's B Bagel is in Soho. So that might have been there a long time as well. But it closes at 9. It's open now so they open quite early. Oh, there's also a B Bagel, Tottenham Court Road. I'm guessing it's the same company. There's another one in Soho called It's Bagels. But from what I look, you can actually sit in there as well. So I think if you have a cup of coffee or whatever, it would be quite, bagels would go there. I mean, I've never really, I didn't experiment with the bagels because quite often my friend, the doorman, would go and collect them and I'd wait in the car. Sometimes I'd collect them for him, but we wouldn't ever go in together, really. One of us would always be in the car. So, I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of going there at like 3 in the morning, I'll be honest, on a Saturday morning or a Sunday morning. Just because of, the people are around at that time of the day or night. So I preferred it when he went, because he was huge and I knew that he was okay. I didn't really fancy going myself, although when I did go, I walked very, very fast. It's amazing how fast I can walk when I need to. But I didn't enjoy the journey, even though it was only across the road. The good thing at that time in the morning, the queue wasn't large. It was generally just a queue of people waiting to probably have them cooked, because there'd be 24 hours. Eventually they're going to run out at some points or get close to running out. So almost guaranteed to have a really fresh bagel. What's the best bagels in the world? Best bagels in London. Wow. They are pretty amazing, honestly. I made myself hungry. And I'm not even hungry. According to this, the best bagels in London guaranteed to satisfy your cravings. The thing is, right, this is called thehandbook.com, so it's a website. I guess it's like a lifestyle, food, fashion, beauty, travel, culture, stuff like that. There's no way of knowing, really, is there, whether or not the bagels or the bagel shops that they recommend on this page is really the best, or whether it's just one that they're maybe being paid to promote. I don't know. But they're putting down B Bagel as number one. It's showing, they do look nice. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that is. But then it's right, second is It's Bagels. These are classic New York style bagels. It's Regent's Park Road. The B Bagels is various, but we already looked at that earlier. Third on the list. Now, I don't know. Oh no, I've got it wrong. Papo's Bagels was number one. Now, this might just be in the order, because they're saying, it might not be in the order of best, the best to least best. It might just be, well, that's not me what it means though, isn't it? Now, if you've got a list, we're going to give you the best bagels in London. The best bagels in London, guaranteed to satisfy your cravings. The 12th of February 2026 by Lotic Wondro. Read time 6 minutes. Yeah, for you, for me, probably about 25 minutes. So Papo's Bagels comes at number 1. It's saying you've probably seen this circling around your TikTok and Insta feeds. But apparently it's worth the hype. I don't know where. That's in Shacklewell Lane, E8. And then B Bagel, then It's Bagels in Regency Park Road. They sell New York style bagels. So what's the difference between a New York style bagel and London bagels? From garlic and everything seasoning to pumpernickel options. There's a large bagel, or there's a bagel rather, for every occasion. Load it up with your fillings of choice. Ah, so I guess it's a little bit like, not sidewalk, not underground. What's that sandwich shop? It's gone right out of my head, the name of that. You know, when you just choose your fillings. Subway. Underground. Yeah, Subway. So I guess it's a similar kind of thing to that, isn't it? But instead of a foot long bread, you've got bagels. If you're looking to get your hands on the viral rainbow style bagels, this is the spot for you. Available on the weekend, you can enjoy this colourful combination loaded with your favourite filings. Okay. I mean, it's got one cut in half. It's nice. Oh, it reminds me. At the comedy club, the one that I talk about that I used to frequent from 91 onwards, it's closed now, it's gone. But it's been gone for over 10 years, I think. Opposite, there used to be... I mean, there was... in the early days, there was nothing there. Literally, you'd walk down that road, and the road was broken into 3 parts. You know, there'd be a road in between each one. It was basically just a really large alleyway. I mean, it had roads and pavements and stuff, but it used to be, all the old buildings were mills. They used to be mills in Shoreditch, which was very famous for all that stuff, like industrial stuff. And there wasn't anything there. I mean, some people lived there in flats and stuff, but there wasn't hardly anything around. And then gradually, over the years, things started to spring up. Because the weird thing about it is, either end of the road, there was stuff going on. So one end was Shoreditch, and there's a very famous club across the road. There was a lot of office buildings. It was almost like an extension to the city, because it is a continuation if you walk from the city. So let's say if you come out of Liverpool Street Station, you can walk around, and you know, you're basically in the middle of the city. Liverpool Street Station, you turn left out of the main entrance. Not the entrance with McDonald's, but the other one. And you walk down and you could just see, like on the left-hand side, these huge buildings. I don't know if they're banking buildings or whatever, although I used to fantasize about working in one. In my fantasy, I never got further than being a cleaner, but I still like the idea of working in one because that was so big and quite beautiful, actually. Huge. And I'd see people going up the escalator onto work and walking through the... It's the kind of thing you see in a movie. You know, when you see someone walk into work and it's a massive building and there's a reception and it's like, yeah, they're like that. Absolutely huge. And I remember just seeing over time some of these buildings being built. On the right hand side, it was always a bit more derelict. It's kind of weird. I don't know what it's like now. I'm sure it's been cleaned up a lot more now, but walking down Liverpool Street, I'd also used to be a policeman or the army. I think it was police. Armed police would be there, occasionally checking cars. That was in the early 90s. That was weird. I'd never seen that before in my life. Very strange. Yeah. It's really weird because I just felt the urge to chuck stones at them. Isn't it strange? That natural instinct that kicks in. It's like a dog that's done a poo and just automatically starts, his back legs go to kind of cover the poo up with dirt. That was my instincts, to start chucking stones at this policeman with a big gun. I don't know. Maybe it's the Irish in me. I don't know. 48% Irish. So I walk all the way down it. There was one massive hole on the left-hand side, and it was just near another of the exits, or you could say entrances, to Liverpool Street Station, where there's quite a few shops and stuff. But there was this massive, I mean, it's been built in now, or built on, but it was pretty much a big hole for a good 10, maybe 15 years, maybe 10 years. And eventually they built on it. The thing is, it looked like the foundations had already been settled. Work had been done, but it was very deep. Because I suppose because it's going to be a huge, really tall building, they have to go down really quite a lot, don't they? Oh yeah, I remember when it was built. Yeah. I'm just remembering now. Blimey. Wow. Because, yeah, things did change because there was these coffee shops started to open just below the buildings. Not Costa, not the popular ones that are around the country, but there's one in London that was really, it was more kind of, it wasn't cheap, to be fair. Coffee, I'm going to see what the coffee place is. I forget the name of it, but people used, mind you, thinking about it, maybe when I was in London, I didn't know about Costa or anything because they were quite a new idea. Because in the 90s, I remember I used to be, when I was a security guard and I worked in the West End, I would go home, but before I went home, I'd go to an Italian coffee place and have something to eat and have a cup of coffee. And because it was early in the morning, because I'd be finishing maybe 6 in the morning, they'd be open, but there'd be no one really around. So I might sit outside, or if it's a nice day, and it's really chilled. Really, it's nice. And that seemed to be the way that London was back then. If you wanted to go for a coffee, you went to, it was the Italian, they'd like be on the corners, and a lot of Italian places, especially like in the West End and the city kind of area, or you go to a cafe. I mean, back then McDonald's didn't used to do coffees, I don't think. Or did they? I don't think they did. McCafe. And I can't remember the name of it. This coffee place, this coffee chain. London expensive coffee chain. Liverpool Street. I mean, it might not even be there anymore. London best coffee, Black Sheep coffee. Black Sheep coffee? Really? That's the thing. Loads of things. Blank Street coffee chain. Black Sheep coffee. Blank Street. Yeah. It just goes to show, doesn't it? So 13 best cafes. Well, it's not a cafe I'm looking for. It's just a coffee place. Well, they might, maybe they class themselves as cafes. I don't think so. I think my favourite cafe in... Oh, these are Shoreditch now. Yeah, because Shoreditch didn't have anything going on. I mean, really, there was a stationery there, which I think served the city, like you can buy big amounts of stuff. I think the printers and stuff. I think there was a bike shop and a few other bits. There was a paint store on the corner of one part moving up. There was a petrol station. As a point, there was a petrol station. I don't know if it was there in the early 90s though. It was definitely there in the late 90s. It probably was there in the early 90s. Because I used to get, sometimes when it's like, oh, I knew I was going to be late at night and I wasn't going to eat anything, I would get them, they're like breakfast cereal bars. I forget the name of them, but I used to get them. And One Zone Coffee, Shoreditch. Wow. See, they call themselves cafes, but they're not. I mean, they look like really high-class restaurants. I'll tell you a good place to eat. If you're in Liverpool Street, I mean, there's places in Liverpool Street Station itself, but if you come out the main entrance, like the main entrance, you know, the ones with the escalators and the big stairs and stuff, directly opposite the entrance, there is, well, I would say there was a newsagent's and a cafe next to the newsagent's. Maybe not, or might not be right next to it, but there is a place there. That's a good place to have something to eat. I used to go in there sometimes early hours of the morning on a Saturday or Friday, you know, Sunday early hours, with a couple of comedians, and we just go in there and have a cup of coffee and maybe have some cakes, because we had to wait because there's no train, so we're waiting for the next train to come to take us back to Stratford, which wasn't till like 6. So we'd be like hanging around for a couple of hours Oh, the good old days. The good old days. Also, opposite Liverpool Street Station is a police station, but it's pretty much hidden. Unless, of course, you're naughty, then you see exactly where it is. Cafe Plaza, Hoxton, Sabini Bar, blimey. It looks like a jeweller's. Wow. So, London's most expensive coffee. Zing, bing, ting. It was something like that. Okay. Coffee. Expensive. Well, if I just put in coffee, Liverpool Street Station. Ooh, I don't know, because it's still not, is it? London. So if I just don't put expensive anymore, get rid of that. Is it? Maybe it was Zzz's. No, it was Zzz's. Isn't that like a pizza place? I mean, I've told this story before, but Alan Davis. I remember I said to him before I went on stage, on this one occasion, I said, if this doesn't go well, I'm quitting. So I went on stage and come off stage, and then he goes on stage, and that's it. See ya. Right. I see him about probably 3 months later at another gig, and the first thing he says to me, he says, I thought you'd quit. He didn't say anything on the night about it being really rubbish, but he literally just said, I thought you'd quit. I thought you... Such a cheeky monkey he was. It was very funny though. It was annoying, but it was funny at the same time. The thing about him, he's always he's such a friendly person. He's one of these people, I imagine, you could say stuff and get away with it because he said it with a smile, But I remember when he first came out, well, not first, but when he was kind of first well known on the circuit, he was being compared like the new Eddie Izzard, because he had a certain style, very creative kind of style to him, which was apparently similar to Eddie Izzard, but I'd not really seen Eddie Izzard, so I didn't know. I'd seen a lot of Alan Davis on stage, but I don't know. All I know is he was very, very funny and very popular. I can't find. All I want is a coffee. London Coffee, Liverpool Street Station. Right, okay. If I put in Liverpool Street, London. Coffee, pure grind. Cafe Nero. Maybe it was Cafe Nero. Pure. These are Liverpool Streets. This is Liverpool Street Station, actually inside. What is the road, though, outside of Liverpool Street Station as you go out? Oh, some of this food looks lovely. Maybe it was Black Sheep Coffee. Perhaps it was Costa, because I've not really heard of places like that before. Ooh, Nude Coffee Roasters. Ooh, it's a bit cheeky, isn't it? Costa Coffee. Right. Ozone Coffee, blank. I've got another way of doing it. Okay, if I'm gonna go to ChatGPT, because I want to find out. Here we go. List all brand coffee shops UK. Okay, say London. Major branded coffee shops: Costa, Starbucks, Cafe Nero, Pret-a-Manger. That's the one. That's the one. Pret-a-Manger. So we don't have those. I've never lived anywhere that's had a Pret-a-Manger. I've never been in a Dunkin' Donuts, and I think we might have one here. Pret-a-Manger. Isn't it weird? It went out of my head, but as soon as I saw it in print, well, on my screen anyway, it's like, wow. So if I put in Pret-a-Manger near Liverpool Street, oh, it comes up straight away. Food near Liverpool Street Station. So let's see what comes up. The Ivy, Yarn. Because the thing is, if it's... No, not restaurants. Pret-a-Manger, 19 to 20 Liverpool Street. Oh, there's another one at 100 Liverpool Street, London. Blimey. I thought there was more than one as well. So... I used to go in there on the way, because there was a period when I was doing university, I would come up to London a couple of days a week and help out in a comedy club in the office, and I would generally get myself a coffee and something from Pret-a-Manger, like a sandwich or whatever. So, and probably a cookie. I'd probably say, yeah, or a cake, something like that. I mean, I can remember the sign and everything, but I might be wrong. I don't think there is one where I live. Let's have a look. I might be completely wrong. If only I could spell. I'm so excited that the words are just all mungled up. Mungled up? Oh, there is. Oh, okay. So there is. What about the last place I lived? The last town? Oh, it's permanently closed, but there was one. So, it was probably there when I lived there. Okay. So, really, it's not that what I said, it was just all lies, not all of it. It was just, I guess, because I don't remember Pret-a-Manger being somewhere to sit. But then it may be just that I'd never gone in there to sit down. But then maybe I have. Because if I choose a place, I've got a tendency of just going to the same place every time. But if I'm meeting up with someone else and I'm meeting them, then I'm going to go to where they go. They might have their own specific place. Like, I got a friend who's in a wheelchair, so I used to follow his lead because he knew there were certain places he could go into which had better access than mine. I mean, if it was left up to me, there'd always be like upstairs ones, and he didn't like that. And that's why I chose it. But he just, he kind of knew his way around the town. And it's really weird sometimes, just the layout of the place. He knew that he could get in between the tables, because some places the tables are so close together, it's hard to even get your body through without rubbing against the backs of both the people, that are sitting behind each other, if that makes sense. And you almost you can't help but rub against them. And no matter how often you try to get through, it's always the same. It's the same kind of being stuck rubbing against them. And eventually you get kicked out. Yeah. But he was quite good at finding places that had the space to get in, big doors and automatic doors ideally, and had space to get around. So yeah, I used to kind of follow his lead on that. I remember once we went out and I met someone. This was probably 2008. And I met someone, I quite liked her, but did not have the confidence to go up and say, "Oi, I quite like you." And in reality, it wouldn't have really made any difference if I'd have said that and she'd said, "No thanks." Because we'd had a laugh earlier, so I don't think it would have been a rude put down. It wouldn't have been a rude rejection, just to like, oh, something nice. Oh, you're so lovely. You're so wonderful. The idea of spending the rest of my life with you gives me butterflies in my tummy. It makes my toes tingle. But I must be honest with you, I don't think it's going to work out. Don't ask me to tell you why, but just be sure that it's not you, it's me. And I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. Whose fault do you think it is? Whose fault is it then? Sorry, I went into cliches. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, it's no way of really knowing, is there? No way of really knowing. And maybe it's my absolute lack of being able to read a person. I used to think I could. I'm pretty good on the phone, I think, of tapping into, report. I can get into quite good report on the phone. In person, I guess I don't have that confidence or reassurance. On the phone, even if it's in a work situation or making appointments, I know I sound okay on the phone. I sound all right. I don't mean well, but I mean I sound, I've got a fairly okay voice. And I do all right on the phone. But at the same time, I've had years and years of training and experience of working on phones. So it kind of comes second nature now. Oh, my tummy's rumbling. What an unusual situation. Rumbling tummy, 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 rumbling, rumbling. Still haven't heard the dog bark outside yet. It was weird. I didn't hear the dog bark over the fence from 10 o'clock yesterday morning. I heard it a bit in the morning, then I went out, took old Vincent out. When we got back, I didn't hear the dog bark at all for the rest of the day. And, I went to bed about 9 in the evening. Didn't hear. Oh, I didn't tell you, did I? So I generally, last night I took Vinny into the garden to do his last wee. And it's about 9 o'clock. And it was cool out there. So I'm in my shorts, which is basically a pair of tracksuit bottoms that I cut off the legs so to make them into shorts. And I've got a grey t-shirt on, but it's got no sleeves. Do you know those ones that just... I think it's for men that have muscles and want to show off their shoulders and stuff. Doesn't quite work the same on me. It's a different aesthetic. Is that the right word? Has a different aesthetic result. There was this one female in a coffee place, and I said it was my birthday, and I told her how old I was, and I felt I was moaning about my age, and she said, "Oh," and I said, "How old are you?" And she told me, and she said, "Oh, that's a lovely age." Now, I don't know. The thing is, I was in love with her, right? I'm talking seriously. I wasn't stalking. Every time I saw her, I fell in love with her every time. It's very weird. Even when she was grumpy. She wasn't the most smiley person in the world at work. But it was something about her. I don't know what it was. And for a few years, I wasn't sitting in there every day, all day for 3 years. I went in there because I was in there before she started working there. I used to go in there because it was a really good place for me, it was the best place to go to have a coffee and to get some, like a snack, or, not a bagel, but like a roll with something in it or whatever, a toasted sandwich, because it wasn't, it's closed now, but it wasn't one of the major brands, It was an independent one, and I quite liked that. But anyway, I remember, it was my birthday, and she said, "Oh, it's a nice age." And I didn't know what to say. So I pushed her over. No, I didn't. I didn't push her over. I said, "Oh." Now, I've relived that experience probably a few thousand times since, which is a bit silly, but if I'm honest, that is true. Many, many times and I've kind of reimagined the situation, like, what would have happened if I hadn't pushed her over? No, what would have happened if I'd have just said, "Do you want to go out?" Just one sentence. Because she might not have been opening the gate for me. It might not be. She might have just been being friendly. But in a sense, I remember I'm not obsessed with people that work in coffee places, but there was another woman that worked in a coffee place, and I did ask her out, and she said no. The thing is, after that, she was so nice to me. I think she started seeing me differently after I'd asked her out. And she'd come up and serve a table, and she'd ask me how I was. And she'd put a hand on my shoulder and stuff like that, which she didn't used to do before. Maybe it's the fact that she liked to do that with people, but once she realised, and she, it was clear that she had no interest in me, that she could do what came naturally to her. I don't know. I didn't used to go around just asking people out, although there was another at work, at Churchill's actually. There was this lady on a reception, and she was really friendly to me, but she wasn't being really friendly to anyone else. I mean, she's being friendly to everyone, but she seemed to like me. I don't know. I was wrong. She didn't. But I thought she liked me. So I asked her out. I thought, well, to hell with it. Why not? It wasn't that long after I'd left London, and I still had a little bit of confidence left. Because when I was in London, I was used to dating, and quite regularly, so it wasn't like such a big deal. But then I realised that if you're at work and you ask someone out and they say no, first of all, there's a chance that the whole building will find out, which did happen. And the second thing is, if you're going to choose someone to ask out, maybe don't ask out the person on the reception who you have to walk past multiple times a day. It would have been, if she'd worked on a different level of the building, that might have been a bit better for me. But yeah, she left in the end anyway. Not to do with me, but just, that was embarrassing. And then my second job in insurance, there was a lady I used to see in the lift. And we used to chat all the time, and it's like really got on well. And I asked her out, and she said no. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't like to be. I don't generally, I'm talking about the past because I haven't really had anything for years, but had anything? That sounds bad, doesn't it? You know what I mean. Nookie. When I was in my 20s, I generally didn't really ask people out. It'd just be kind of have something happen naturally. If there was a connection, then there was a connection, and it was quite easy to work with, especially when I was a DJ and stuff. But seeing someone, working with someone, and then kind of, it's a difficult one. A few women I nearly kind of dated at work. One who was sitting behind me, and we kind of started to talk and stuff, and a bit of flirting, but the thing is, we were waiting for the lift, and I pushed her over. I just, one of those things, whenever I get, I want to ask someone out, I just end up pushing them over. None of that happened. I've never pushed anyone over. Well, not as an adult anyway. I don't mean I've never pushed an adult over. I mean, since I left school, I've never pushed anyone over. That's what I mean. And I wasn't continuously pushing people over at school, because most people were bigger than me. But in the first year, I did do a bit of pushing. I was a little bit naughty in the first year of high school. I improved. No, I didn't. I didn't improve. I was going to say over the next few years I improved. I didn't. But I was better behaved. I don't know. I'm not sure. I can't remember. I just don't want to talk about it. So there. You can't make me. Can't make me. Okay. Well, here's what happened. No. Trying to think anyone else that I asked out that I embarrassed myself with. Well, anyone that said no. It's embarrassing. I asked one lady out that worked in a travel agency, and she said yes. This is when I was 18. And I never know why, and I've questioned myself over the years why, but for some reason I stayed in the shop and kept talking for the next hour, to the point where she said, I don't want to go out with you now. And it's only the next year that I realised that that was a sales technique gone wrong. So I was basically getting buyer's remorse. Well, I was actually creating buyer's remorse in the sense of selling. What's that weird noise my chair's making? So I've read a lot of sales books. A lot, like a real lot, in the past. And one of the things that's kind of a unified idea is when someone says yes, stop trying to sell it to them. When they've already said yes, don't give them any more benefits. Don't tell them anything good about it. Nothing. Just get the paperwork done. Get the check. Get the payment. And say thank you. I mean, I'm sure if you're in person, once you've got the payment sorted, and maybe you're discussing delivery, or, you know, if it's a kitchen, discussing getting it fitted or whatever like that, then yeah, there might be, oh, forgot to tell you, you know what I mean? There could be an extra added thing on, like, oh, you get a free giraffe with every kitchen or something like that. So that's what I did with that situation. I oversold. Not that there was much to sell, because it was basically my personality. My personality put her off. Because I think she thought I was quite sweet and nice. I mean, she was way out of my league. But, you know, I remember once I went on a date. Oh, no, I'm not going to tell you about that one. It's really weird. I have memories of quite a few of the people I've dated, but there's one particular female, and I don't remember her. But I remember going to the cinema with her. But I don't know who she was, how I ended up getting to the cinema with her, where I met her. I never saw her again. And this is when I lived in a tiny little town. So basically we went to the cinema, and I was 16, 17. And I was hoping for some action. Well, by action I mean maybe holding hands, maybe kissing, something like that, in the cinema. I was a teenager. I did something I'd never done before. And I put my hand on her knee. And she removed my hand from her knee. Like, picked me up, by my wrist, and just dropped it into my own lap. And I didn't like her anymore after that. First of all, because obviously there was rejection. And it's not like I wasn't, okay, technically, you could say we keep your hands to yourself. And suppose, yes, you can argue that. But, this was supposed to be like a romantic, kissy. Well, maybe from my perspective. If she'd have touched my knee, I wouldn't have got angry with her. I'd have just asked her politely to remove her hand. I wouldn't have, been stroppy about it. Plus, she hurt my wrist when she grabbed it. I mean, she had a bit of a grip on her, which also kind of put me off her a little bit, because I thought, oh no, she'd end up pulling it off. And then and that was it, really. Where'd you go from there? Because not only was she annoyed with me, I can honestly say never in my life have I ever been turned on by a knee. So I was getting nothing out of it. I was just trying to connect with her physically. Just like in a friendly way. Almost like, just pinch the knee. I didn't pinch it. I didn't steal it, and I didn't nip it. It was kind of just like a tester to see whether or not she liked me, because she'd come along to the cinema, so I kind of assumed that she did like me, and I didn't realise maybe she just wanted to watch the movie. That didn't really enter the possibilities in my mind, to be honest. And I think I left. I don't know if I stayed for the whole movie. It didn't seem a lot of point, because I wasn't getting a lot of good vibes from her. And I've never touching her knees never really been a thing for me. Although when I was at Butlins, I was talking to her. I had a female friend. She had a boyfriend. I got on well with him as well. But I was talking to her, and we were a little bit drunk, and we were kind of flirting a little bit. It wasn't going to go anywhere. We was in public. It was in like a public bar within the Butlins, and she had a hand on my knee. I had my hand on her knee. It was more of a giggle, more of like a, there was not really anything going on. And then suddenly some bloke came up to the table and said, it was a best friend of her boyfriend. And I was like, oh. And he was moaning and said, no, there's nothing going on. We're just laughing about. And I really thought she was the one. No, I didn't. She was funny. I liked her. But, yeah. I hope she's alright. It's weird, I haven't thought about her for a long time. Because she was dating this lad that I got on alright with him. And then she ended up dating my roommate. And that took everyone by surprise. It was weird. It's like, okay. So, yeah. There was this roommate of mine women were literally chucking themselves at him. I'd not seen it before. I've seen it since, but I'd not seen it before. Not all women, but he was getting knocks on the door from various different females. Some who had boyfriends, who was literally living with their boyfriends in a room in Butlins, and they were coming in and just spending some time with him before he went to sleep. And I was like, what the heck? He looks normal to me. This doesn't seem anything like amazing about him. I don't, what is it? And even the woman that got with him a week earlier was basically moaning about him, saying, oh, he's weird. I don't like him, he's weird. So I learnt a lot from that. That was very interesting from a psychological perspective. And he made no effort, not even the slightest bit of effort. And he was a magnet. He was a magnet to some of the females. I've got to say some, because he was like not all females, obviously, but he was the biggest magnet out of all the Butlins staff. He was the one that was just magnetised. And I don't know to this day how to get like that, because I've met another person like that back when I was doing insurance. And women could, I went out, became really close friends, and would go out, and he was being stared at by women, like nearly everywhere we went. He was turning heads, as well as the men that weren't happy that their girlfriends or wives were looking at him. There was something about him. Would be in a nightclub and women would come up to me and say, can you introduce me to your friend? I'd say, no. I'll go on. I said, no. And he'd be surrounded by women as well. And this isn't an exaggeration. This was every single time we went out. It was just amazing to watch. I didn't enjoy it all the time. I felt a little bit like he was the whale and I was the plankton. Not the plankton. What's the stuff that eats off the whale? Just like lives off the whale. I felt a little bit like that. Very strange. And he knew. It's not like he didn't know it. He knew that it was happening. I remember once the manager or one of the big people because we worked together in this big company, and they called him in and told him to stop sleeping with so many of the staff. You've got to stop sleeping with the staff members. And he said, nothing to do with you. Because I think a lot of it was jealousy, possibly, but at the same time, it wasn't producing the calmest working environment sometimes, when there was people all kind of trying to get one person's attention. And then maybe there'd be like 10 different people trying to get the attention of one person. So yeah. And then I'm talking about myself. And then, of course, sometimes him as well. Just for 1 hour, I would love to live like that. Or for a day, or a week, a year. It's just to be a magnet like that. I mean, there's downsides to it, but the upsides make up for the downsides, I'm pretty sure. I mean, the downsides was he's constantly having men sort of tell him to, like, or, telling him off when he wasn't doing anything, he was just being himself. But yeah, he was super good looking. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I'll tell you what he looked like. If you remember, if you're in the UK, Gareth Gates. He looked like Gareth Gates, but his eyes, different eyes. So he had the same kind of face as Gareth Gates. So really, really good, super good looking. He was probably about 6'1", slim, and this was during a period when Gareth Gates was really famous as well. But he had these eyes that were almost like crystally. These eyes that, yeah, very different from. I think that's what it was. It was the eyes that got women, or that got people like looking at him, because they were quite magnetic, I suppose, quite hypnotic, perhaps. I don't know. I see some people that have eyes like that. They kind of have like not multicoloured, but they're kind of almost like crystals. Maybe he wore contact lenses. It was all a big farade. Not fart. Charade. Sorry. Charade? Farade. What's the thing you wear on your face to cover it up? A farade? Charade? A farade? I don't know. Farade. Anyway, Vinny's got a little message for you all. And on that note, I'm going to go. So thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. And be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way. Maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice, maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, pressed the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized really, it was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize, by listening is when I record these recordings now, for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing, I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet, how relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier, without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity. With a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful, completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down, slowed down, because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body, dripping out of every part of your body. And being released brain and your mind. Slowly but surely, the muscles in your legs relax, 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 so very deeply. Relax so deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper and deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body are also feeling peaceful, deeply as a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. Relaxing. So very slow. Your stomach. Peaceful in your stomach. Your back. Notice how relaxed you now feel. In the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles, your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body, tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace, drifting, mind just wandering away, happy to let go, let go, completely let go. So tranquil, your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go even more. Peaceful. Enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. Letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice forehead and your eyes. Your jaw so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. Drifting. Drifting. Peaceful energy. Peace to breathe. So much easier. Loose. You may have or may not have noticed your mind drifting. peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. Drifting. Total peace. Calm. So calm. Letting go. Peace of mind. Relaxed body. So relaxed. So relaxed. Your body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful. And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body, and your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. And things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest and allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time. And all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth and your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw, feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and loose and calm. And now the back of your neck, focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back, and as you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back, the top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back, as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser, the muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips down your lower back, into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks, and all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt. Start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. And as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. And that feeling of those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders, which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So calm. comfort spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. Focusing now on your hands, your hands so peaceful in your hands. There's a sense of real peace that just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels your fingers your fingers so loose, your fingertips moving your attention muscles in your thighs. Your knees, so relaxed. Your calf muscles and your shins completely relaxed. And the feeling in your feet, so peaceful and so calm, so peaceful, so calm. letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine, in a way, it's like just walking down some steps. And each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Nineteen. 18. 17. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 8. 7. 6. 5. as you focus on your eyes. We're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes, your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 2. 1. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like you're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. The gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically, the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip and then goes down to your knee joint. Now, this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors, otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can have that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating of course your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, you know, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course, that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. And I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway. So maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. Sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff, it's inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles, and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins, and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible. Absolutely amazing things your ankles are. Truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is probably possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process. Something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply, and maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body, effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go. Completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 2. One. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sink in deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each Starting again. Starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. Things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension, just generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy has not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. things that used to bother you in the past, for some reason, no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity turn around and leave you alone. Stop, and that negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, it doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down. To give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax. To just take some time off. So that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel more relaxed naturally. Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words. And as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases. Which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, your bones, your blood, all of your organs inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything. Every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also because by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me, you give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper, because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. And that's the last you remember until you wake up in your own time, when you experience the right amount of sleep for you. Because when you do, and if you do fall asleep, it's extremely pleasant, so relaxing, so deep, healing sleep. And it feels so nice to relax into your own body and mind as you feel that healing energy spreading through you, relaxing you so deeply, relaxing you so let's focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focus in on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your hands now, they almost seem to just melt into one. Where does your right hand start and your left hand end? It's almost as if it just mix together. Now focusing on your knees. Just noticing how your knees feel. Now focusing on your elbows. Focusing on both of your elbows. Just observing the feeling of your elbows. Now focusing and observing the back of your neck. Feeling that energy in the back of your neck. Observing your ankles. Being aware of the physical sensations in your ankles. body feels. Noticing how your mind feels now. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional, and this is a therapy session, so none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And I'll move my hands to the side of your head, not pressing, but just holding them there very gently. Maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face, just so you can feel my hands, so you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands gently stroking the back of your neck to start with, just so you can get used to the feeling of my hands on your skin. Get accustomed to it. Realize that you're safe and it's all good, it's all fine. And I'm going to start gently massaging the muscles in the back of your neck. With both hands. Now, this is a very trusting situation, really, because our necks are so fragile, and to have someone have their hands around your neck in that way can sometimes be problematic for people, which is why massages are quite good, because it allows you to relax and to get in touch with trust, to feel peaceful and calm. There's a massage the sides of your neck gently, moving from the bottom of your neck, which would be sort of near where your shoulders start, I guess, all the way up to your jaw, your ears kind of area, that side of your neck. Of course, is a lot longer than the front of your neck. And then massaging the back of your neck, especially that area where perhaps we hold tension. And as that area is massaged, you can actually feel a sense of release in the back of your neck. And maybe you can breathe it out as well. Notice how it feels. Notice how you feel. Then moving down to that area between your neck and your shoulders, that muscly area, starting to massage that area on both sides. I mean, this would be the area that a lot of people would massage if they were going to give you like a shoulder massage. Even that's not technically the shoulders, but it's all the muscles that lead to the shoulders, from the neck. And again, that can hold tension and stress. And when massaged, sometimes a nice deep massage is useful. And you decide how deep that massage is. And just allow my knuckles just to dig in, to get to those muscles and to really relax them. All the time being firm yet gentle with you. And just stroking down that area to your actual shoulders, moving to the muscles of your shoulders. And maybe initially just pulling up the shoulders a little bit off the table, just to give you a little bit of a stretch, but very gently. And you've got the muscles at the front of your shoulders, the sides and the back. Again, this is a part that can really take quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of needing, if you wish, to really release the tension, to really get into those muscles, and you can let your fingers in there and it can feel really nice. Sometimes just being stroked gently or being massaged quite strongly can all be beneficial to the relaxation of the muscles in your shoulders. Now, as we move down your arms, we'll do one arm at a time, starting with your right arm. What I'll do is I'll just lift your arm up, just hold it to the side of you. Don't worry, it'll still be attached. And I just massage the tops of your arms. All the way down to your forearms, into your wrists. Gently massaging that part, the softer part, which is the under part of the arm, which leads to the crease in your elbow, the inside. It's much more sensitive skin. Sometimes just having that stroked can feel really nice, pleasurable and relaxing. Now moving down to your right hand. Just holding your hand in both of my hands. Just pressing gently on the back of your hand and stretching your fingers ever so lightly. At the same time, pressing down and massaging each finger. And then starting to massage the palms of your hand. Just turning the hand gently, stretching it gently. And actually having your hand held can really be an emotional experience sometimes, even if it is with a stranger, someone you don't know very well, like a massage person or a therapist maybe. because it's intimate. And it can feel nice, and you can feel safe. And as I put that right arm back down where it was, we're going to do the same with your left arm. Exactly the same. Massaging the muscles in your arm all the way down to your wrist. Stroking the inside of your arm. Just being gentle or as firm as you require. And then massaging your left hand. Stretching the fingers gently. Massaging the palm of your left hand. You can feel so relaxing. So comforting. Now just rest your left arm back down. Start to massage your back, the biggest part of your body. Starting at the top, starting again where we already have been, that area at the top, in between your shoulders, near your neck, going back and massaging that area again, but this time moving downwards. Making a downward stroke to the middle of your back, working from the outside inwards, so massaging your back, but the outsides of your back, the parts where your arms would maybe rest against. Almost the part that connects your front to your back. And just massaging down firmly but gently, as firm as you want. Moving down and then moving across a little bit and moving all the way down again. Being very gentle, yet firm as you choose. Eventually we get to the spine. We can massage the muscles on either side of your spine, from the top of your neck all the way down to your lower back. We can do that a few times. Sometimes people would use the knuckle or the two fingers and just go either side of the spine, and almost just push down and go all the way down to the bottom of the spine. Each time releasing tension and opening up the body, stretching your body so that you feel more relaxed, but at the same time rejuvenated. And now I'm going to move to one side, to your right side, and from the bottom of your ribs to your pelvis, I'm going to massage that area of your back. I'll stretch over the other side and I will pull the muscles gently and massage and push from one end, that side, all the way to my side. To the middle, in fact, to where your spine is. Massaging that side of your spine, the opposite side to where I'm standing. It's almost like kneading bread. There's that big area which is firm, yet lots there to massage. Potentially one of the most important places to actually have a massage, because you really feel it. You really feel the release and the pleasure of having your lower back massaged. It releases so much from your body that's not useful, starting a healing process which will continue long after this recording is over. Massaging this part of your body not only feels really good for you, but it's actually fun to do, because it is, as I said, like kneading bread. It's a part that you can really get a hold of and really massage deeply, if that's your choice. Then I'm going to move over to the other side of your body and do the same with the opposite part of your lower back, kneading and massaging from your sides all the way to the middle of your back where your spine is. Pressing and kneading, firm and gentle at the same time. It feels so releasing. This mixture of pleasure, comfort, release, calmness, relaxation, all mixed together. Plus there's that feeling from your stomach as it's being stretched. Even though you're on your stomach now, you can feel it being stretched because that whole area is connected to your stomach. Now we're going to move further up to your top of your body, and I'm going to do the same. This time starting with your upper back, put my hands forward over and massaging that area to your spine, from the side of your body up to your spine. So some of that massage area, the muscle tissue, or whatever, fatty tissue even, will be possibly from your chest. Because it's all connected, the chest and the back connect together. I'm going to be massaging and just pulling some of that skin from your side up and massaging that area of your upper back all the way to your spine. And then I'll move down a bit and I'll continue with the middle of your back, doing exactly the same thing. As gentle or as deep as you choose. Now I'll move the other side again and do the exact same thing with the top of your back on the other side, from pretty much underneath your arm area, really, to your spine. And then continuing that all the way down, including your middle of your back. Now I'm going to go to your thighs, the backs of your thighs, and the sides of your thighs. Starting with your right leg, massaging the back and the sides of your thighs, gently and firmly. There's a lot of muscles there. It's an area that can be very tense at times and maybe needs a little bit more pressure than the rest of the body. But that's up to you. You can gently stroke the back of your legs where, opposite your knee joint or underneath your knee joint. It's a very sensitive, gentle area. And working down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles thoroughly and deeply if you choose, using both hands and fingers, digging deep. To your ankles and the back of your ankles, just gently massaging that area. Maybe lifting the leg and stretching it a little bit. Moving to the right foot. Massaging the bottom of your feet and the sides of your feet. Gently but firm enough so they don't tickle. And just allow pleasure that you get from having your feet massaged to just overtake you. As I continue to massage your feet, the bottoms of your feet, the sides, your arches, your heel. You can put a lot of pressure into your heel and it feels amazing. Yet the arches need to be a bit more gentle. Stretching your toes gently and massaging the bottoms of your toes with my fingers, each one individually. Moving over to the left leg to do exactly the same thing. Starting at the top of the thighs, working the back of the thighs and the sides, massaging deeply and gently that whole area, working all the way down. And this is an area that maybe you could like to spend more time relaxing and massaging. So perhaps if you wanted, I could make a future recording where I spend more time on one particular area. As you move down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles firmly and gently. Moving down your ankle and to your feet, massaging the backs of your feet, the bottoms of your feet, stretching your toes and massaging each toe individually. And that feeling of pleasure and release that you experience when you're having your feet massaged feels really good. Now, as you turn over in your mind, laying on your back, I'm just going to start again at your neck area. In your shoulders, just to get back in touch with that area. And as we move up, I can clean my hands, make them all fresh, because now I'm going to massage your face gently. Starting off with your forehead, your eyes are closed and I can just stretch your eyes a little bit, pushing up on your eyebrows. Just massaging around your scalp. Massaging down your cheeks, around your ears, into your jaw, gently, the sides of your neck, your chin, then just moving down from your neck down to your chest, starting by massaging the very top of your chest, where the collarbone is, either side of the collarbone. And then just massaging the whole of the chest. Moving the chest around. Because it's quite a large area, you can move from one side to the next, moving my hands from underneath pretty much where your arms are, stretching up, stretching some of the muscles of your back in the process. Moving up over your chest, and then moving down again. Then allowing my hands to just massage gently and slide down towards your stomach, starting in the middle of your chest. And then gradually my hands moving apart and massaging and sliding at the same time, moving down to just below your rib cage. Moving down, then massaging up again, giving your chest all the attention that it needs to feel completely relaxed. Remembering that I'm also going to be focusing on your sides as well, an area that really doesn't get much attention but feels really good when it's massaged. Just stroking my hands down the sides of your body, just below your arms, all the way down to your hips. Now, moving to your stomach area, I'm going to stand one side of you like I did when I did your lower back. I'm going to do a similar process of just stretching the muscles from your side gently, massaging from one side to the next, moving that whole area from below your ribs all the way down to below your belly button. to the other side of you and repeat that. Process of relaxing deeply, calmly. You feel loose, you feel free. And there's something about having your stomach massaged that's different from any other part, because we do have a tendency of holding a different kind of stress in our stomachs that we may not be aware of. As I now massage your stomach, the front of your stomach, making circles around your belly button, and then going the other way around. There's a gentleness and a freedom that comes from feeling how you're feeling. As I now move down the tops of your thighs, the muscles, massaging them. And I can do this with 2 legs at the same time, pressing down, massaging deeply those muscles in your thighs, the front of your thighs. And moving down to your knees, gently massaging your knees. Sliding down your shins, putting pressure on either side of your shin, gently, softly but firmly. Moving down to your ankles, stroking the tops of your feet. And then with each foot in each hand, just gently massaging the whole of the foot. The top, the bottom, your heel, your ankle, your toes. Massaging every part of your feet. It feels so good just to let go and enjoy the process. Enjoy feeling so deeply relaxed. So much comfort and so many feelings that come just from touching your skin. And you can just lie there for as long as you choose, enjoying the feeling of deep comfort from being massaged by me. Enjoy feeling deeply relaxed. And all we're going to do is blow out some candles there are going to be 100 candles. And you're going to blow each one out individually, one by one, starting at 100 as I count down, all the way down to 1. And each time I say a number, you can imagine that candle in front of you, and I'd like you to actually physically gently blow that candle out. Just so it's not a big blow, it's just a gentle, and that candle will extinguish. And then I'll say the next number as we move down, and you can just blow that one out as well. And as we move down the numbers, you'll find yourself feeling more and more relaxed. And if you need to sleep, you'll also find yourself becoming incredibly tired and sleepy. In fact, you may struggle to blow out all 100 of these candles. As you feel more and more deeply relaxed, more and more deeply tired, and the further you go down, the more your mind starts to drift. And you may find that you stop listening to me after a while. And even though there may be background sounds where you are, you'll be aware of those sounds at the moment. You may start to just not even notice them at all, because they're unimportant. Where I am, I've got the sounds of the birds. There's Horace the pigeon, who likes to say hello sometimes. And there's the odd plane that goes by. Maybe traffic and trains in the distance. seems important whatsoever. The more candles you blow out, the less important anything is. The more candles you blow out, the further you seem to move away from sounds and from general day-to-day stuff. Seems to just move away on its own as you feel more calmer with every candle you blow out. Guiding you to the next number that you hear me say, and then you blow that candle out too. So easy, so simple. I'm going to start by introducing the first candle, which is 100. The first candle, which is 100. When you blow that candle out, you'll find immediately a slight change in how you feel, as well as a real sense of positivity growing within you. Relaxation and sleepiness expanding, starting with 100. Blow out that candle now. 99. Candle 98. Candle 26. Candle 95. Candle 94. Candle 93. Candle 92. Candle 91. Candle 90. Candle 89. Candle 88. Candle 85. 82. 78. Candle 77. Candle 76. Candle 75. Candle 74. Candle 73. Candle 72. Candle 71. Candle 71. Candle 70. Candle 69. Candle 68. Candle 67. Candle 65. Candle 64. Candle 64. candle 61. Candle 60. Candle 59. Candle 58. Candle 57. Candle 56. Candle 55. Candle 54. Candle 53. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 51. Candle 50. Candle 49. Candle 48. Candle 47. Candle 46. Candle 45. Candle 42. 39. Candle 38. Candle 37. 29. Candle 28. Candle 27. Candle 26. Candle 25. Candle 22. Candle 10. candle. One. Let go of all of those thoughts, worries, concerns about the past, thoughts about the future, and even things you've been thinking about today. Just let it all go, because none of it is useful in this moment. This is your opportunity to just focus on feeling relaxed, allowing yourself to get in touch with that natural sense of peace that we all have within us. It's available for everyone. It just sometimes takes a little bit of effort to set up the right time and place in order for you to just let go. Because when you do decide to let go and relax, that's what your body starts to do. Because you've chosen to just allow your body to unwind, and your mind starts to slow down. And it's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling at the beginning just to know that you have chosen to decide to relax deeply. And because you've made that decision, your body will just follow suit. Because sometimes all the muscles in your body need is just permission from you to relax. Because so often we're busy, we're going from here to there, we're walking around and we're doing stuff, and the body doesn't have any time or space to really relax deeply. So it kind of waits for you to lead the way, waits for your permission. And when you do give your permission, when you give the say-so, when you say, okay, it's time for your body to let go completely and relax totally, your body just follows. It's almost like a breath of relief. Ah, good, I can now relax. That feeling at the end of a day, of a very physical day that you may experience in the past, where you get home and you just sit down on a chair, maybe you kick your shoes off and feels so nice. Knowing that you don't have to get up again for a little while at least. And if you choose, you can just sit there for maybe an hour or two. And it feels blissful. And just by sitting down like that, your body knows that it's time to relax. Your body has been given permission from you, because it's a mindset. In your mind, you're prepared to let go of everything. everything and just completely allow all the stress of your body to evaporate. Any tensions can just gradually vanish. It's almost like magic, really. Because that sense of relaxation in your body is a very natural state. It's not something unusual. It may feel unusual when you first start to relax if you haven't really spent a lot of time focusing and giving yourself this space to let go completely and relax. It may seem almost alien, but it isn't. It's actually the most natural thing in the world to let go completely, to relax totally. The most natural thing in the world to allow yourself to feel really calm in your mind. And it is almost like a literal unwinding. It's like you press a button and all the tension just releases. And it's like a wheel, like a cog, like the inside of a clock just unwinding. And it's almost like you could see the little wind up knob that's used just going the opposite way that you would use to wind it up. And the energy, that frenetic, stressful energy, gradually winding down, losing its power, losing its strength, as the sense of relaxation becomes stronger and deeper. And you may find that the more relaxed you feel, that your mind starts to wander. Maybe you seem to stop listening to me for a while and your mind goes somewhere else, and then you realize you're listening to me again. And that was just your mind drifting to sleep, which is quite natural, because sometimes when we're stressed and tense, we may not actually be aware of what we need, what we physically or emotionally need in this moment. But when you allow your body and mind to relax completely, and you let go of all thoughts, concerns, worries, ideas, all letting them go, allowing them to drop onto the floor. You start to get in touch with the feelings of such relaxation. It feels so nice to be in touch with the calmness of the different body parts as they become looser and looser. Even your breathing seems easier and more natural, effortless. comfort and relaxation, and then just breathing out any excess remaining tension or stress from every part of your body and mind. As you start to focus on your mind, maybe you notice that things have come to a standstill, or maybe just much, much slower than before, because your mind is not really needed when listening to my voice, which allows your mind to relax just as deeply as your body. And that synchronicity between the relaxation of your body and relaxation of your mind lets you know that feeling completely calm, loose and relaxed really is a great healing experience for you, and has so many positive benefits for your body, your mind, and your life, to be able to let go of everything and to relax completely in all parts of your body and mind. Even your bones are relaxed. All your muscles are relaxed. Even the skin that covers your body is relaxed. Every hair that you have is also deeply relaxed. And your brain really starts to feel the benefit of this healing relaxation. And as you focus on the inside of your scalp where your brain is, you can start to realize and notice the benefits of your brain relaxing deeply. And as your brain continues to relax, it sends those messages to the rest of your body and your mind to really relax even more deeply, relaxing even more completely, letting go of any remaining thoughts or concerns. Allow them just to drop onto the floor, because they're no longer necessary in this moment, this moment of deep relaxation those ever increasing sensations of comfort that are spreading throughout your body, relaxing each and every muscle of your body even deeper, even deeper, much more deeper than before, much more comfort spreading through your body and your mind, feeling so peaceful and calm, so very, very peaceful in every part of your body, letting go of everything, everything, so peaceful and calm, so relaxed, with every second that passes. You feel deeper and deeper relaxed, deeper and deeper relaxed, calm, so calm, peaceful, so very peaceful, from your head down to your toes, such peace and comfort growing all the time, such peace and comfort spreading through your body and mind, deeper and deeper, such comfort spreading and sinking deeper into every muscle of your body, so that you feel amazing, so relaxed, so peaceful, so relaxed and peaceful, letting go of everything. We're going to do a body scan, focusing on firstly how you feel in your body, not trying to change how you feel, not trying to relax, not trying to move away from any discomfort or stress or tension, but just accepting, observing and accepting how you feel in the different parts of your body. Just allowing yourself to be exactly as you are, to notice to get in touch with how you actually feel in this moment. So we're going to start off by focusing on your hands. Just be aware of your hands. I'd like you to move your hands around. Just maybe move your fingers a little bit, open and closing your hands very gently, just so that you can get in touch with how your hands and your fingers feel, with very, very slow movements. Focusing now on your feet. And if you can, just do kind of an equivalent with your feet as you've just done with your hands. Maybe turning your ankles, moving your feet around, moving your toes gently, but only very gently and very slowly, noticing how your feet feel in this moment. Focusing now on your eyes. I'd like you to just focus on your eyelids. Maybe you can open and close your eyes a couple of times to really get in touch with how you feel when you do close your eyes. The muscle changes in your eyes when you do close them. Maybe raising your eyebrows, which stretches the tops of your eyes. Perhaps squinting your eyes, scrunching up your eyes, just so you can really get in touch with all aspects of how your eyes feel right now. Now focusing on your thighs. And I'm going to just ask you to gently tense your thighs, just very, very gently. Just enough so you can become more attuned to the physical sensation of your upper legs, the front of your thighs and the backs of your thighs. Noticing and observing how your thighs feel right now. Moving your focus to the back of your neck. Just noticing the back of your neck, the muscles. Of course, they lead to the side of your neck. They also lead to the top of your back, which lead to your shoulders. So as you focus on the back of your neck, maybe you can your head gently upwards, as if you were looking up. Maybe moving your head down as if you were looking down. Perhaps moving your head side to side, right to left, but only very slowly and very gently. Not trying to force anything. It has to be very, very gentle, just so that you can be more in touch with the feelings, with the sensations, the physical sensations of how the back of your neck feels right now. As we now focus on the tops of your arms, the parts where your biceps and your triceps are, between your elbow and your shoulders. As you focus on those parts, the tops of your arms, you may like to just tense them, but very, very gently and slowly, so you're not straining or putting any pressure whatsoever on your arms. It's just so that you can gain more of a sense of how your upper arms are feeling in this moment. And just noticing as you gently, very gently and slowly tighten the muscles and then let go. Notice how the tops of your arms feel right now. As we now focus on your stomach, the area, the lower abdomen area below your belly button, moving all the way down to your hips, just above your groin. Maybe you're able to tense these muscles in that area very, very gently and slowly. If that is a difficult thing to do, then maybe you can just move your body, pushing your stomach up, maybe moving a little bit to the side, using your hips, just so that you can get more in tune with how your lower abdomen area is feeling in this moment. Just noticing the physical sensations attention to your mouth. Noticing your lips and inside your mouth, your teeth, your gums, your tongue. Just noticing how your tongue and your mouth feels, and it may help by moving your tongue around your mouth, moving it to your left, maybe pressing it gently against the side of your mouth, and then to the right, gently to the side of your mouth, perhaps pressing up against the top of your mouth, and then down gently against the bottom of your mouth. Always very slowly and very, very gentle, so that you can be aware of how you feel in your mouth area. Now we're going to focus on your wrists. I'm going to ask you to maybe just rotate your wrists by moving your hands in a circular motion very gently and slowly, just so that you can feel the sensations that you are currently experiencing in your wrists. Perhaps moving your hands up and down, again very, very gently and slowly. Very gentle and slow. As we now start to observe your lower back, that back part is just above your hips, where your coccyx are. That whole area, which also really does include the sides of your body, because those muscles are very much connected. muscles also move into your hip area, connecting to your buttocks, the sides of your hips. And if you're physically able to do so, maybe you can very gently just move your body ever so slightly, very slowly, from side to side, just enough for you to gauge how you feel in your lower back. Perhaps you could even move your hips gently up and down, gently and slowly, in order to really be in touch with the physical sensations of your lower back. As we now move your attention to your jaw, that area from your chin all the way up to near where your ears are, the whole of your jaw. And you can just, if it's okay to do so, gently open your mouth, not wide, no stretching, just very gently and slowly opening your mouth and closing your mouth very gently and slowly. So you can be in touch with how your jaw feels now. Noticing now your chest area. And you don't need to do anything to move your chest because it moves every time you breathe. And it moves very gently also, every time you breathe, you may not notice that. Usually, as you observe your upper back and the middle of your back, you can really feel that gentle and slow movement. Moving your focus into your hip area, your buttocks, your groin, those muscles and those bones in your midsection. Just noticing how your hips feel right now. You can very, very gently move your hips, maybe side to side, very gently and slowly. Very, very gently, softly, and slowly. Everything starts to slow down, including the thoughts in your mind, and your mind itself just starts to gradually, it doesn't have to be instant, but just gradually starting to, it's almost like time is stretching. It's a slower pace to maybe what you're used to in your day-to-day life. It's a slower movement of energy. Very small movements which make up the larger movements, which is always the case. When you move your hand, it might seem like it's one movement, but it's lots of minute different muscles moving in accordance with each other, and what happens in this space that we're sharing is we move from that big movement into those smaller movements. Starting to focus on how your body feels, but not just as a whole, not just, oh, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling stressed or tense, or I'm feeling relaxed and calm, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way. Starting to notice that your body begins to present to you small feelings around your body. Small physical sensations in your legs, whether pleasurable or not. Maybe resisting the temptation to label them or to judge them, those feelings, just thinking about them as just being neutral, just feelings. Not being particularly concerned, but just noticing what your body is telling you. The feelings in your arms. Instead of feeling the whole of the arm, maybe notice those individual feelings of all those different muscles and the skin, the hairs of your arms, all the internal parts of your arms, the veins, the bones. Just being aware of maybe your elbow on your right arm has a certain feeling. Maybe your left wrist also has its own individual physical sensation. What about your forearm on your right arm? Your right forearm. There may not be any particular feeling that you could even give a name to. May not feel like anything other than just a feeling. It's there. The feelings in your shoulders. Perhaps your shoulders, when you think about them, kind of almost like they're the same, the same feeling. Almost like both of your shoulders are just one thing. But of course they're not. And when you focus on your left shoulder and then on your right shoulder, maybe you find that you move the muscles a little bit. Maybe tense the muscles gently. Noticing the difference in each shoulder. Your lower back. The left side of your lower back and the right side of your lower back. Of course, that connection to your buttocks and to your hips. And also moving up into the middle of your back. And sometimes, like right now actually, when I focus on that part, when I focused on my buttocks, and then I focused on the middle of my back, it almost felt like the muscles in my lower back were being stretched very gently, but just stretched a little bit, even though I wasn't doing anything to try to stretch your lower back. It just seemed to happen. The feeling of very gently stretching your lower back. Comes along, that feeling. In your chest. Just noticing what sensations you are experiencing in your chest right now. And there's so much of the chest. Obviously there's the collarbone leading to the chest. You've got the chest bone. You've got the muscles in your chest. And of course, if you're female, there's possibly the breasts. If you're male, you've got the different, well, mine aren't that different these days, but there may be more muscles at the top of the chest, but at the side, underneath, it's pretty much the same. Whether you're a man or a woman, there's muscles there, muscles that stretch out to your back, as well as breast tissue which stretches and moves into your back. So just being aware of your chest, being with whatever feeling there is in your chest. And when I notice that I focus on my chest, I feel it in my back, my upper back. I mean, I guess the obvious reason would be because, I breathe in, and it stretches my chest and my back at the same time. Yeah, it feels okay. Doesn't feel. I got a little bit of pain in my right chest. A little bit, not pain, but little discomfort, maybe stiffness possibly. I don't know. I notice my shoulders are also wanting to flex for some reason. I think that's probably part of my upper back. That connection between my shoulders and my upper back. Because I can move my shoulders and stretch the muscles in my back. Moving the shoulders backwards or up, which then moves I think it's the scapulars in your back. It feels quite nice actually. The good thing about this is you can, if you want to, you can just flex or stimulate the various muscles in your body gently in order to get more of a sense of how they feel. And when you're relaxing, when you do tense a muscle and you let it go and you let it relax, it relaxes way more than it would normally. But you have to feel that you're able to do that. There's no point doing it if there's an issue with a part of your body. You need to be gentle with yourself at all times when relaxing deeply. It's important to be kind to yourself. As you notice your mind, how much has your mind slowed down since we started this recording? peaceful is your mind right now? With nothing to think about and just my voice to listen to, because you know the intention behind this recording is relaxation. At the very least, for you to feel more relaxed at the end of the recording than you did at the beginning. At the very least, for your mind to slow down as your body continues to relax, because that's what you want to happen. That's what you expect to happen. For relaxation to fill your body, maybe calming your mind to the point of boredom when you start maybe to drift away, drifting. It's almost as if you're moving further away from your body and your mind, just leaving that there. Kind of like in an escape pod in a spaceship, a movie, a space movie, when they get into that little pod and it sends them far away from the spaceship. Safe to dream and continue to relax. Drifting focusing on the feeling of those individual parts of your body that are relaxing one by one. You may find that every now and then you realize that you weren't listening to my voice because your mind started to imagine something different. Maybe you started to almost move into some kind of a dreamy state. And then you become aware of my voice again. And even though you may want to focus on my voice, you may also wish to allow your mind to just drift naturally into that space of comfort and safety. As you feel more comfort spreading through your body like a warm blanket, covering you gently, keeping your body at just the perfect temperature. And even if you can hear background sounds, they just don't seem to matter anymore. As that sense of peace spreads through your mind, like a gentle breeze, yet strong enough to blow away all negativity, strong enough to remove from your mind any anxiety or stress that was there before. And blow away any other thoughts or feelings that just don't fit with the sense of relaxation that is filling your body and your mind. just a slight movement from 9 down to 8. Just another small change in how you feel. 8 down to 7. That feeling is a gap, almost like a gap that starts to get wider. The gap between those feelings that you used to have in your mind compared to the feelings you have that are growing now. Feelings of comfort and security and confidence. And that gap becomes wider. 8 down to 7, 7 down to 6. And when you get to 5, your mind will start to have a certain physical sensation, almost like there's a magnet outside of your head sucking the tension and the stress and any remaining feelings that you don't want, sucking them out through your skull. And then down to 4, you can start to really experience that sense of not just emptiness but space. A place full of fresh air. A place where you can stretch. It's almost as if as you go down to 4 and 3, your mind is expanding with this sense of peace and tranquility growing. As it moves down to 2, when you get to 1, your mind just feels exactly how you want to feel. It's almost a perfect feeling. Maybe a sensation that you'd like to keep. A place that's safe where nothing can affect you at all. And you can stay in that space of comfort and confidence. Confident in your own ability to create this space and this feeling of comfort within your own mind, just by counting from 10 down to 1. And this is something that you can do yourself when you're on your own. A time when you can maybe sit down, maybe just for a few minutes. Close your eyes and just count slowly from 10 down to 1. And you feel that way in your mind, your body copies your mind. And that feeling is spread through your spine and your nervous system into every part of your body. It travels through your bloodstream, healing and relaxing every particle of your existence. And we can practice this a few times before the end of the recording, and then you can practice on your own. And each time you count from 10 down to 1, the feelings of comfort, calmness, and deep relaxation become stronger and deeper. Filling your mind and your brain with these positive chemicals that spread throughout your body, relaxing you so quickly, relaxing your whole body and mind so very, very easily, just by counting from 10 down to 1. So we're going to do it now. I'm going to count from 10 down to 1, and I'd like you to repeat the number after me. So when I say 10, you can just repeat to yourself 10. Just notice, be aware of how you feel in your mind and your body. Then when I say 9, you can repeat to yourself 9. Again, noticing the increase in comfort and calmness in your mind and in your body. The same when I say 8, when I say 7, 6, when I say 5, 4, when I say 3, 2, and lastly when I say 1, you can repeat that number. Now, of course, when you do this on your own, without listening to me, you can say the numbers at whatever speed that you feel is necessary for you, so you can adapt. So if you feel you want to say the numbers 10 down to 1 faster than I do, then go ahead and do that. Or if you feel when you do it yourself that you'd like to have more space between the numbers, maybe take a lot longer to get from 10 all the way down to 1. That's your choice also to do. So I'm going to count from 10 down to 1. And when I get to 1, that will be the end of this recording. Unless, of course, you're listening with music, then the music will continue. 10. Nine, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now open your eyes, noticing how you physically feel, having counted down from 20 to 1, allowing stress and tension to leave through your fingertips and your toes. And as you focus on your fingertips, maybe they feel a little bit tingly, which is, I suppose, quite understanding considering the tension has been exiting your body through your fingertips. So now we're going to count from 20 down to 1 again. This time you're going to feel relief of tension and stress, any anxiety that you may have, leaving through your stomach. Just leaving through your stomach, almost as if it's just releasing the whole of your stomach, from your navel to just above your chest, or below your chest rather. So surrounding your belly button area, that whole area, you can feel the tension of your body, whatever's left, just releasing from that area. And you may notice that your stomach will become very relaxed as I count down from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, again if you choose, or you can just keep them closed because it feels relaxing. Just notice how your stomach feels. And notice as you focus, just do a little scan of your body. Just notice how your body feels. Focus in on your upper body, your back, chest, stomach, legs, arms, hands, feet. Just noticing. And you may start to feel more of a sense of tiredness, which may be the reason you're listening to this recording, because you would like to let go completely of everything and drift off into a nice, natural, calm, relaxing sleep. So now we're going to focus on your forehead. And if you choose, you can incorporate your eyes in this focus as well. So your forehead and your eyes. Just that whole area, basically. Almost as if you were wearing a mask, like I don't know, Batman mask or something. Or I'm trying to Zorro or something. The kind of mask that covers your eyes but also covers quite a lot of the forehead. And focusing on that area, because that's the area that we're now going to release tension and stress from your mind, from your brain and from your mind, and any tension that you may have remaining in your face, in your neck, in your jaw, in your eyes, your forehead, or your scalp. So basically any tension within your head area, including your mind and your brain. And that's going to be released through your forehead and your eyes. As I count down again from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, just in your head and neck and mind, also the rest of your body. Just notice how loose and calm you feel, and how easily it is to just let go completely. Let go completely. How easily. So what we're going to do now is I want you to focus on the top of your head. And we're going to allow every last piece of tension or stress that might be lingering or hiding in your body or mind or head to just be sucked out at the top of your head and released into the air, almost sucked out into the clouds. Imagine a big cloud above your head, almost like a whirlpool, and it's just going to suck that tension out of the top of your head and just take it away for good. As you focus, imagine an opening in the top of your head where that tension and stress and any remaining issues, maybe worries or concerns that are of no use to you now, can all be sucked out of the top of your head and taken away as I count down again from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathe, noticing how you feel, how relaxed and calm you physically and mentally feel right feels so nice to just let go, to give yourself some space to breathe easily, to think calmly, and just to take a break from all that pointless worry and concerns about things that you don't need to think about right now, because this is your time to let go. This is your space to enjoy feeling deeply relaxed, peaceful in your mind, relaxed in your body. It can feel so good, so nice to just not have to do anything, to be able to really enjoy that serenity that comes with letting go completely, that peacefulness that comes with being in this peaceful space. And you can keep this sense of calmness for as long as you choose. If you choose to drift off into a deep, healing, natural sleep, then you can do that. It's completely up to you. And you can keep this feeling of calmness physically and in your mind for as long as you choose to feel completely relaxed. Completely relaxed. And I'd like you to make up your mind that you're going to relax. And I want to explore that with you, what it feels like when you actually decide that you're going to relax. Not forcing yourself, but giving yourself that. I guess it is a command, really, isn't it? When you're telling yourself, relax. In a gentle but firm way that only you can really tell yourself in that way. You can't really have someone else saying to you, now relax, relax, you know. It needs to be gentle, but someone else can't really have the same kind of influence or power that you have over your own physicality, over how you feel. Because when you say it to yourself, it means more. It's personal, and your brain and your unconscious mind and your body listens to what you say. So, for example, we'll test it out. We'll do a little test, a few little tests along the way, and you can get more of an idea of the force, the positive force that you can have in creating a sense of comfort and relaxation in your body and your mind quite quickly, just by you telling yourself to to start by, let's focus on your hands. So focus on your hands and just tell your hands to relax. So just say relax as you focus on your hands. You could say, my hands are relaxed, or I want my hands to relax. But I think if you actually do it directly, by focusing and imagining that your hands can hear what you're saying, like they've got little ears, which is a bit weird. So talking to your hands and just say, relax. Noticing how your hands start to relax. Now focus on your eyes and tell your eyes to relax. So you're just saying the same word, relax. And find the right tone for you. I might say relax, but you might say relax or relax. You might say it differently to yourself, and that's important for you to gauge what feels right for you. So just tell your eyes to relax whilst focusing on your eyes, your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyebrows, and just tell your eyes directly, relax now. Now I just did that myself, and sometimes you may feel that you need a bit more time for the different parts to relax, because I start talking again and maybe that part hasn't relaxed fully. But what will happen is it will just continue to relax even though I'm talking. And that's happening with my eyes. Something else I noticed is when I started focusing on my eyes, they actually almost they got worse before they got better in a way. Sort of I felt a degree of tension growing in my eyes and then disappearing. So I think what that was really was just me becoming more aware of the tension that was already there, that I wasn't focusing on it before. So I wasn't really acknowledging it or really conscious to those feelings. Yeah, my eyes are still continuing to relax, as well as my hands actually. My hands have got a certain kind of energy, like not buzzing, but I can kind of feel a degree of energy in my hands. Maybe that's where the tension's being released. Maybe that's causing that. The next part, I think we should focus on the back of the neck. That's a part which quite often, well for me, holds tension. I don't know about for yourself, but I think it's quite a standard place where tension is sometimes held. So And I'm doing exactly what you're doing as you do it as well. So I'm telling my body parts to relax as well. So if you tell your neck, the back of your neck, focus on the back of your neck and just say, relax.